O così? No. Deve andare avanti lei? No.
Sta premendo lei lì?
Io se premo non succede niente. Non si muove nulla.
Lo lascio un attimo così perché vedo che si cambia. Quindi avanti e indietro.
Okay,
se vuole c'è il puntatore.
Sì, okay, va bene. Provo solo.
Se lo vuol provare, siamo già in streaming per cui loro visualizzano insomma, su YouTube.
Però dove devo puntare con questo?
Ma più verso là.
Non fa niente. Sì. Alle pile scariche? E là, hai fatto una levataccia.
Ho fatto una levataccia soprattutto, no vabbè, nemmeno tanto in realtà, solo che arrivare in macchina c'è un traffico.
Sì, in macchina.
Io dicevo che a Roma vengo sempre in treno perché è molto comodo, però questo era un posto un po' fuori mano, non sapevo poi come, perché dalla stazione...
No, in effetti arrivare in stazione forse conviene arrivare in macchina per entrare.
Quindi, però per fortuna ho trovato il parcheggio qui davanti.
Non banale.
Soprattutto, ripeto, c'è il traffico per entrare dentro Roma.
Sì, poi immagini in particolare a quest'ora.
A questo, esatto. Però dai, insomma, devo fare tardi.
Sai, prima che partiamo c'è un po' di tempo. E lì, proprio...
Allora, quello sotto, freccia sotto va avanti e freccia sopra indietro. Perfetto.
No, al contrario. Sì, perfetto. Ok, grazie.
Sta difficilissimo. Senti il Dead Amici, mi ricordo che l'ho raccontato.
Ma vabbè, adesso lo facciamo da sempre. Questo è un bel io ho ricercato il libro e invece io con lui aveva fatto un curriculum che diceva all'epoca Torino era filosofico poi informatico e poi da lì cominciò a lavorare oltre al cognome un dialogo un po' interessante. Ciao, come stai? Sì.
Non mi ricordo una volta, mi ricordo quando c'è stato
Yes. I like to. Buongiorno.
Oh, yes.
We need it.
Yes.
Buongiorno. Start. Good morning and welcome to the second day of our Wittgenstein conference dedicated to the memory of Brian McGuinness. Two things. First of all, many thanks to Luciano Bazzocchi, who is substituting as the chair for this synod who could not come. Thank you, Luciano, very much. And second thing, the Austrian Institute, Cultural Institute, has asked us to remind you that please carry on your masks even inside as much as possible as you can stand. But it is recommended. And over to you.
Good morning, and I want to start immediately because we have three papers, and at 11 o'clock we must close the section. Then the first presentation is by Alberto Voltolini of the University of Torino. The title is Intentionality in the Tractatus. And I can give to Alberto.
Okay, Luciano, can you hear me? Yes. Thanks a lot to the organizers and Rosaria for having invited for all the people involved in this fantastic and splendid location of the Austrian Forum for Austrian Culture. So maybe it could be strange hearing me talking about intentionality, since the word intentionality does not occur at all in the Tractatus. But the fact that intentionality is implicit in the Tractatus is, if you want to get to some exegetical matters, it's easily shown by the fact that when Wittgenstein came back to work in Cambridge in 1929, in the philosophical remarks at the very beginning, there is there are definitely many passages in which Wittgenstein explains that intentionality is fundamentally in order to explain how language works. The word that he uses in German is Absicht. And so there are many passages that, in point of fact, explain that in order for language to talk about the word, something like an intentionality function must be involved, precisely because there is, according to Wittgenstein in the remarks, an internal relation between what the proposition presents, a possible state of affairs, in the case this proposition is an atomic one, and the state of affairs that makes it true if it subsists. So here's the talk's plan. First of all, I want to show that the appeal to thoughts as non-contingent superfacts that are endowed with their meaning by their own intentionality, taken as a property that thoughts possess by their own, and also in an intrinsic or an essential way, intrinsic intentionality, is necessary in order to fully understand Wittgenstein's account of meaning in the Tractatus. If I have time, I will also try to show that this sort of solution, in point of fact, could have been applied by Wittgenstein himself to the analogous problems that he raises at the time of his investigations, in order to explain how meaning works in his criticism of the mentalist semantics. And in point of fact, in the investigations, the solution might even work better, because the apparatus that Wittgenstein needs in order to exploit that solution in the Tractatus relies on factors that are a bit obscure. Okay. Okay, just let me remind you the two factors that in point of fact explain how the picture theory in the Tractatus works. How can it be the case that the picture presents has, in particular, a picture or an elementary proposition works in having its own significance, its own meaning. First, an elementary sentence must share its logical form with all the possible state of affairs that it could present or represent, because, in point of fact, it shares exactly with the instantiates the structures that the possible state of affairs of which it talks could share as well if they subsist. But of course, the sentence presents just one among all the possible state of affairs that in theory could present all possible states that in point of fact share its logical form, but the sentence presents just one of them. Which one? The one that the possible state of affairs whose simple substantial components, namely objects, are referred to by the simple sentence substantial elements standing for them, that is made. As you know, there must be a sort of correlation between the simple elements in the sentence and the simple objects that are designated via these simple elements in the sentence. And the possible state of affairs that is presented by the sentence becomes exactly the state of affairs that is constituted out of the objects that are designated by the respective name. So the first explains in what sense, the first factor explains in what sense the relative sentence might be a picture in general as a figurative or pictorial value of a possible state of affairs, whereas the second factor explains why it is a picture of, in the intentionality sense, a particular state of affairs. And how is the notion of Gedanke, the notion of thought, comes into the fore here? Because the Gedanke, in Wittgenstein's sense, plays an essential role in supporting both the above claims. For on the one hand, as regards the general pictorial fact, if you like, an elementary sentence shares with any possible state of affairs that it could present the logical form, insofar as it is a logical picture of what it represents. And as we all know, thought is a logical picture of facts, according to Wittgenstein, that is of subsisting possible state of affairs. And second, as regards the second factor, the specific intentionality factor, in order for names to stand to be proxy for their objects, they must be connected to them by virtue of their being so used by thinking the sense of the sentence. It is by projecting, by means of that use, the sentence of the just one possible state of affairs that contains those very objects. So these are the two senses according to which thought is necessary in order for a picture to have meaning. Now, as regards the first role, that is the logical role, one might appeal to what is called a merely functional picture of the thought, because you don't have to need a particular entity that plays that role. You might say that simply a picture or a sentence working as a picture is a thought insofar as it shares the logical form with the possible state of affairs that it could present. It is the fact that a picture has this particular function that makes it the case that the picture is in a way thought in order for it to explain and to exhibit its representation function. So it might be that any picture, in particular elementary sentence, works as a thought insofar as over and above it's been a spatial, a temporal, or anyway a physical picture. What it represents, it is the logical picture. So this is just a sort of functional version of the story. For the fact that it's a logical picture shows that the picture in particular shares its logical form with the possible state of affairs that it could present. But as far as the proper intentionality aspect of the story is concerned, I think this functionalist picture that is, for instance, defended in Italy by Diego Marconi, to just give you an example, is not enough, because one has to explain how is it the case that a thought enables a picture to present the particular state of affairs that it presents? And here, it is not enough to appeal to a sort of functionist reading of the notion of thought, because we need definitely an entity, but this is an independent entity that plays this particular role of meaning lending, so to speak. There must be something that lends its own meaning to a sentence or to a picture that does not possess that meaning by its own, in order for this picture to present a possible state of affairs. And this entity, this factor that plays this particular role is a thought, whatever this means. What is my evidence to show that this must be the case? As you might remember, in the Tractatus, Wittgenstein draws an important distinction between the sign on the one hand and the symbol on the other hand. And this distinction applies to all kinds of signs, both to substantial signs, but also to sentences as well. So a sign is just a merely meaningless expression, whereas a symbol is a sort of hybrid entity that is constituted by that very expression on the one hand, plus its semantic interpretation. In contemporary terms, it is what people call an entity cum meaning, so a sentence plus its meaning. And this is the case explains why, in which sense for Wittgenstein, ambiguity on the one hand and synonymity on the other hand must be accounted for. For instance, in the particular, well, let me just before explaining to you that, in the particular case of names, you might draw a distinction between a name as such, which is just a mere nominal sign, if you like, and what people contemporarily call a name of, that is, a name plus its semantic interpretation, plus its particular reference to which, particular object to which it is attached. But as I said, this distinction works in general. Now, this sign symbol distinction that Wittgenstein appears to could not work unless one presupposes that there is exactly a thought taken as an independent entity that underlies an element of sentence. Why? For in order for a mere dead sign, let us call in this case a propositional sign, that is a certain elementary sentence, to be transformed into a symbol, that is an entity that has both original and intrinsic intentionality, in the sense that it is an entity cum meaning, therefore an entity that possesses its own meaning as not only as a property that it has originally by its own, but also property that it has essentially, right? That constitutes it, if you like. There must be something else that is able to lend to a meaningless expression, to a meaningless sentence, those very features. And this very something cannot but be a thought by virtue of which the propositional sign, again, a certain elementary sentence, is thought. This interpretation is defended by Norman Malcolm in his very famous book, Nothing Secret, Among Others, right? Because it cannot be this sort of entity that plays this particular role, cannot but be an entity that has by itself the two features that a propositional symbol must possess in order for a propositional sign to be transformed into. That is, there must be something that possesses its own meaning, both by its own sleeves, if you like, and as an essential property, in order for a meaningless sign to be transformed into an entity, an hybrid entity, that has precisely the very same property. Now, what this sort of independent entity might amount to, and here there is an important question, because the natural answer is the one that Wittgenstein himself provides in the famous letter he sent to Russell, in which he seems to appeal to something like a psychic fact, something that occurs in the mind or in the brain, as playing this particular meaning-lending role. something that obtains, if you like, within either the mind or the brain of the individual, taken as an empirical fact that, properly speaking, merely amounts to a collection of series of such selected facts. But as you can imagine, this cannot be the right solution, precisely because whatever goes in the mind or in the brain of an empirical individual cannot be a thought in the sense that Wittgenstein seems forced to appeal to. It cannot be something that possesses meaning both originally and intrinsically. Why? Because a psychic fact, something that occurs here, if you like, is just a brute fact, like any other, whose constituents cannot but be a contingent relation, whatever it is, with the corresponding objects in the world, that, as Wittgenstein said in that very letter, is a matter of psychology, it is a matter of natural science to find out. So it must be something else, the thought that possesses those very properties, both original and intrinsic, intentionality, in order for it to play this meaning role. So it must be something that, insofar as it possesses its meaning necessarily, it is necessary or essential, right? So there is something like an essential relation that holds between the thought constituents and the thought itself. The thought would not be the thought it is if it changed its constituents. It would become a different thought, a different entity. It must be something like a super fact. A super fact. Wow. Why a super fact? Why do we need a super fact? Well, you cannot find in the word super fact. In the world, there can be just facts. That is, possible state of affairs that actually subsist. And the empirical facts do not contain any necessary relation among their constituents, just because the relation that holds between the constituents of a normal empirical or ordinary fact is just a contingent one. But here we need something that is necessary. So the only option that remains available is that this sort of super fact does not take place in the world, but it takes place in the limit of the world. That is a thought that belongs to something like the metaphysical subject. Okay, not the empirical one, which is just a collection of brute facts, but the limit of the world, that Wittgenstein says in the investigation, that does not belong to the world. And it is what makes it the case that the world is a world for someone who has this sort of necessary property of being a subjective world. And this is an interpretation that has been defended by many influential Wittgenstein scholars, such as Hacker and Caucasian. Now, this is certainly a coherent answer, but it's not a very convincing answer, for we get, so to speak, from obscura to obscurior. We have to appeal to superfacts, and superfacts are something weird. And in order to explain how superfacts can occur, we have to say that they are the superfacts that belongs to the mind of something whose nature is even more elusive and obscure than superfacts. This metaphysical subject. So here is the status as far as the Tractatus is concerned. And let's see how the situation goes when we pass from the Tractatus to the investigation. As anybody knows, the investigations are characterized by the fact that they share sort of anti-mentalist picture. That is, meaning cannot, according to the investigation, meaning cannot consist in any sort of mental fact, if you like. It cannot be the case that the meaning of an expression, whatever it is something that relies in the mind, because no mental candidate is able to solve precisely the meaning lemma problem again. When Wittgenstein comes back to this issue, you might remember, says, well, suppose that there was something like a mental image that gave the meaning to a certain expression. But how can it be the case that the mental image gives its meaning to an expression, since the mental image itself is just a brute fact, a deadless sign, just as an expression? So it cannot be that provides the meaning. And Wittgenstein concludes this sort of reflection by saying, every sign by itself seems bad. What gives it life? And as you know, the answer is use. It's not something, is the mind. Why? Because whatever is mental has no meaning-lending power, since in itself it's just a brute fact as any other. This is the official story that we know from the investigations. It is said in the investigations in different points, directly in its in Wittgenstein's anti-mentalist criticism, but also, as you know, when he discusses the rule-following paradox, in which he considers again a possible mentalist solution to the paradox, and he rejects it precisely for the very same reason. Whatever is in the mind is just another sign in the endless chains of possible signs. None of them can be able to provide the original expression. So, but in what Wittgenstein does in the investigation, by the way, just repeats the sort of criticism that he himself raised against a mentalistic interpretation of the same situation in the Tractatus. For Wittgenstein was very well aware at the time of the Tractatus that that solution could not reside in the fact that there is anything like a mental factor in playing this meaning-lending role. For whatever is mental is just by itself something that occurs here, if you like. So it's just a fact like any other. But as I told you, the Tractatus had the possibility of solving the problem by resorting to something that is not an empirical fact occurring in someone's brain, someone's mind, but in, so to speak, appealing to this sort of super fact, the thought that has its meaning by itself and as an essential property. But at the time of the Tractatus, as I told you, this sort of solution, depending on the further assumption that there were, so to speak, a locus for this sort of super fact, which was the metaphysical sign. Now, in the investigation, Wittgenstein does not explicitly appeal anymore to, sorry, I should have 10 minutes, not 5. I started at 35. Sorry, that's the rule of the game. But the investigation, there is no trace of this possible way out of the meaning-lending problem, which would immediately stop the regress. And is there a solution? Is there a reason as to why Wittgenstein does not consider again this possibility? Well, one might say, well, it's precisely because the solution as it was presented in the Tractatus appealed to the idea of a metaphysical subject that cannot explain why Wittgenstein considers it again in the investigation, where the subject is completely out of the story. In the Tractatus perspective, the subject is invoked in order to explain how can there be impossible super facts, right? But how could Wittgenstein, in the context of the investigation, appeal again to something like a metaphysical subject? But what one has to see is that there are two factors that are independent of the fact in this story. On the one hand, there is the appeal to super facts, to fact that contains necessary connection. On the other hand, there is the appeal to a metaphysical subject as the locus of the super fact. But why was Wittgenstein forced at the time of the Tractatus to rely on the metaphysical subject in order to explain where these super facts can, so to speak, lie? Because of the third assumption that is present in the Tractatus, which is the assumption of the contingency assumption. That is the fact that subsisting state of affairs can only be contingently subsisting because of the whole scaffolding of the status that cannot be necessarily subsisting fact in the Tractatus. Facts can only be state of affairs that either actually or possibly subsist, but not something that, so to speak, subsists across all possible worlds. And this sort of assumption that Wittgenstein endorses in the Tractatus is an assumption that it can be dispensed with. So one might say Wittgenstein rejects it in the Tractatus because of its semantic apparatus that forbids, so to speak, or prohibits such necessary facts to subsist, could not be described by our propositions. So once one, so to speak, dispenses with this semantic picture, it is possible to rely again on the existence of necessary facts in order to explain the problem that I was suggesting. And in fact, one might say, well, in the context of the investigation that has rejected this sort of ontological metaphysical scaffolding, for in the official presentation of the investigation, necessary is fundamentally a matter of grammar. The essence is given to us by our grammar, so there is no such an appeal to metaphysical fact. But Wittgenstein might have done that by appealing to thoughts having intrinsic intentionality, thereby being super facts involving necessary connection with their constituents, without also appealing to the obscure metaphysical subject. That this is possible because of two reasons. You might say, and I am approaching the conclusion. Well, how can there be necessary facts in the context of the investigation? Since, as I told you, in the context of the investigation, if there is anything that is necessary, it depends on the fact that we describe it the way in which describe it relying on grammar. So the official story is that there are necessary facts. They are just made so because they depend on the way we conceptualize the word by means of our grammar. And in point of fact, this is the official solution that Wittgenstein provides to the intentionality problem. You might remember that in the investigations, officially, Wittgenstein relies on a grammatical definition of intentionality. Wittgenstein's investigation says that in language that an expectation to make contact, and gives a particular story that is very well explained, not in the investigation, but in the philosophical grammar and the big typescript, how it is a rule of language that a particular intentional state is satisfied just by one fact in the word and not by other ones. Here comes my reply. First of all, there are occurrences in the investigations, independent occurrences of investigations, in which Wittgenstein admits the possibility of necessary facts. For investigations, as you know, Wittgenstein again speaks of the existence of, just as he did in the time of the Tractatus, of internal relations. And by internal relation, one must be precise relations that are necessary, not contingent. Just to give you an example of this, there's a very famous one, it's the explanation of how seen as works in the context of investigation. Seen as is a matter, is not a matter of how something is made in terms of its form and scholars. It's something that has to do with the fact that a certain figure is put in an internal relation with certain objects and not some other. In the famous case of the dark rabbit picture, this picture is an ambiguous one. It can be either a picture of a duck or a picture of a duck or of a rabbit, precisely because it is either put in internal relation with ducks or it is put in internal relation with rabbit. So in the context of the investigation, there is an explicit reference to necessary facts. But even if one appealed to the official reading of the investigation, that is the fact that necessity is given by grammar, this would not dispense one with necessary facts. It would simply say that these facts are community-dependent ones, because the existence of such necessary facts depend on the fact that one endorses a particular grammar, because, as Wittgenstein says, as is expressed by grammar. Grammar tells us what kind of object. And to give you an example, consider when Wittgenstein says that sensations are is an essential property of sensation because of the way in which we use sensation terms, right? Of course, if we change our rules, it would be the case that sensations could be public and not private. But the fact that they are private is taken to be as an essential fact, provided that we stick to a certain grammatical conceptualization of what sensations are. If we change our grammar, sensations would become public, but they would become public again in a necessary sense. So in any case, either if you go to these exceptions in the Tractatus or you go to the official story, the existence of necessary facts is admitted in the investigations without the admission of a metaphysical subject. So the solution that we considered in the Tractatus might be applied as well without the assumption of the very problematic metaphysical subject that he was forced to appeal to at the time of the Tractatus. Thank you.
And now, no, I think there is the debate is after. There's no specific time. I think that the coffee break we can find some point. The next speaker is Alois Pichler of the University of Bergen. Without any slide, I hope all is clear.
The slide which I gave you this morning.
About the Nachlass.
This is not the slide which I gave you this morning.
Nachlass and the words.
This one?
No, not this one.
Is a
The one
work
which
by
I gave you this morning.
There is a question mark. Question. The problem is that for every speaker, there is a 5 minutes of technical scheduling. Excuse me, but the time is not enough for exactly 30 minutes.
Thank you, Luciano. And many thanks to Giovanna, Professor Egidi, and Radmila and the Österreichische Kulturforum for bringing us here together to commemorate Brian. In my talk, I would like to give an answer to the questions, what is a work by Wittgenstein and what do these works look like? I will exemplify at least the answer to the last part of the question by three of Wittgenstein's philosophical works, the Tractatus, the Brown Book, and the philosophical investigations. By work, I mean in this context here, a philosophical work by Wittgenstein. And I've got only one slide. This is the slide that will follow us throughout my talk. I will start by distinguishing Wittgenstein's activity of writing philosophy from his activity of writing personal and private remarks. Then I will, within Wittgenstein's writing of philosophy, distinguish between his writing for clarifying and clearing away his own philosophical problems on the one hand, and on the other hand, his forming, gestalting, composing of the written into philosophical works for the reader. I think it is very important to see that at each point when preparing a philosophical work for the reader, Wittgenstein aimed at giving this work a gestalt that was in full rapport with his philosophy at the time. The gestalts of Wittgenstein's two principal works, the Tractatus and the Investigations, are the letter. So we may have some discussion here. Luciano, the letter, rather than the tree, and the album, respectively. For the Tractatus letter, the idea of gapless sequence, in German, lückenlose Folge, was formative. This idea Wittgenstein possibly took from Frege. For the Investigations album, the idea of family resemblances was formative. This idea Wittgenstein might well have taken from Schopenhauer. Philosophy is for Wittgenstein the activity of clarifying and clearing away philosophical problems by bringing philosophical language and concepts back to the place where language is doing work. For the early Wittgenstein, this place is language as it presents itself when logically analyzed. For the later Wittgenstein, it is language as it is used in normal everyday life and acting. His original German word for bringing back is zurückführen. Wittgenstein's activity of philosophical clarification could be carried out in conversation with a friend, in correspondence, in lecturing, in discussion with students and colleagues, in solitary thinking, but most of all, it was carried out in writing. And it is collected in the so-called Nachlass, his 20,000 page philosophical Nachlass. It is this Nachlass which is the authentic witness of Wittgenstein's philosophical clarifications of his own philosophical problems. The Nachlass contains the very reactions that Wittgenstein experienced in his philosophical clarifications, while the books he prepared for the reader, or as Brian would say, the projected books, the projected works, they are the precipitates from those reactions, as Wittgenstein himself puts it in the preface to the Investigations. This means that for learning about Wittgenstein's own philosophical clarifications, his philosophical reactions, and for learning most from them, we will have to attend foremost to the Nachlass rather than to the precipitates, the books he prepared for the reader. It is in the Nachlass sources rather than in these books that we can see Wittgenstein at work in his conceptual investigations and follow his arguments as they authentically develop and get their work done. It should go without saying that Wittgenstein's remarks of philosophical reaction are not his last word on the matter to be clarified. They should not be taken as offering settled philosophical statements and not even necessarily stabilized philosophical concepts. Rather than being the outcome of clarification, they show the work of clarification as it is in progress, as it is actually being undertaken. But not everything that we find in the Nachlass is Wittgenstein's philosophical reaction or work towards the books for the reader. The Nachlass also contains remarks where Wittgenstein does not undertake philosophical clarification, but, for example, logs events from his personal life, notes down thoughts about his health and character, or makes remarks about art, culture, society, and religion, a selection of which was published by Georg Henrik von Richt in Culture and Value. Often these remarks are written in a code, in a geheime Schrift, in Wittgenstein's so-called secret code. What then are these works, the books which Wittgenstein composed for his philosophical reader? How does one find these works in the Nachlass? That is, what are our criteria for distinguishing in the Nachlass the work parts from the non-work parts? Joachim Schulte proposed 3 rules of thumb for establishing, quote, whether a certain manuscript or typescript is to count as a work by Wittgenstein. These 3 criteria are fairly well known. I'll refer to them in passing throughout my paper. I would like in my talk to suggest some additional indicators for distinguishing the non-work parts of the philosophical Nachlass from its work parts. My indicators are intended to be complementary to Schulte's 3 criteria, and like Schulte's, they should be regarded as pure rules of thumb, and thus to be similarly treated with caution and sound judgment. The philosophical reaction writings, the non-work parts on the one hand, that contain the philosophical clarifications that Wittgenstein conducted for and on himself, they usually have the character of journals or diaries. They are usually dated. They are only rarely paginated by Wittgenstein himself. They are mingled with personal and private remarks. Hence, they are often mingled with remarks in code. Work parts, on the other hand, only exceptionally contain writing in code. In the non-work parts, the remarks enjoy a maximum of formal freedom, both the content and the direction of the remarks developing largely unrestricted. Therefore, they are only exceptionally sequentially numbered. Moreover, they are typically separated from each other by 1 or more blank lines. Where they subsequently have been dictated or copied into typescript, they are not rearranged, except for addition of page numbers, omission of date entries, and frequently also omission of some part of a remark. Their typed version is simply a fair copy. This copy simply follows the original order of writing, and it has the same Bemerkungen division through blank lines as the source. Naturally, when approaching completion, also the work parts will typically get typed out. But it is important to see that the typescript format as such does not indicate that we have to do with a work. Many Nachlass typescripts are indeed just collections rather than intended as works or books for the reader. They simply type out material gathered over the course of quite some time. The books for the reader, the projected books, the works, frequently begin with a summary. The summary can alternatively be offered through a content table or headings and subheadings. One example is the big typescript with its precursor TS 212. The final version of the Tractatus offers its summary by way of its cardinal propositions. Earlier versions of it included still separate summaries. The Proto-Tractatus contained a separate summary consisting of the cardinal propositions 1 to 6. There was also a quote summary written in pencil on loose sheets. Luciano has written about this one. It is interesting to see that the principal work of Wittgenstein's mature philosophy, the philosophical investigations, no longer seems to want to offer a summary. The work parts will often contain internal references as well as rearrangements or instructions for rearrangements. Furthermore, they will often be dictated to colleagues and pupils such as Moore, Schlick, Weismann, or Skinner. They are usually paginated by Wittgenstein. Last but not least, the blank lines between the sections, the Bemerkungen, are in the works usually omitted, not in the published version of the philosophical investigations. Wittgenstein's philosophical works are typically born out of careful selection, labor-intensive collage, potentially several cycles of arrangement and rearrangement, and of course, detailed text revisions. This corresponds with Schulte's third criterion. As a result, they are often less discursive, less straightforward, less linear, and less progressive in argumentation than the original sources from which they were composed. The Philosophische Bemerkungen of TS 209 and the investigations are good examples of the diminishing and fragmenting effect that Wittgenstein's methods for producing a work, a book for the reader, had on its linearity and discursiveness. The brown book items are different in this respect. They were produced with a method which made them exceptionally linear and discursive. Here we see that Schulte's second criterion, emphasizing the presence of a clear line of argument which is discernible by the reader, can mark as much the non-work as the work. For, as said, the work often manifests much less of argumentative, discursive, and linear structure than the non-work. Schulte himself states that his second criterion is a criterion from the reader's perspective rather than from Wittgenstein's. The most important difference between the non-work and the work is that Wittgenstein seeks to give the work a gestalt that is in full rapport with his meta-philosophy at the time. This is also valid for the Brown Book and conforms with Schulte's first criterion. The work displays, quote, a satisfactory relation between form and content, end of quote. Let us now look into the gestalts of three of Wittgenstein's works. Yeah. The slide works well for you. We have now arrived at the Tractatus. It makes sense to regard MS 101, the first of the World War I diaries, as the earliest preserved comprehensive document of Wittgensteinian philosophical clarification by writing, clarification for himself and on himself. This notebook was begun in August 1914. A bit more than 1 year later, after writing several hundred pages of philosophical clarification, Wittgenstein started on a written summary. There's a mention of this written summary in a letter to Russell from October 1915. From this summary and the Proto-Tractatus eventually emerged the specific form of the Tractatus, the gestalt of the ladder. And we do remember that in Tractatus 654, Wittgenstein himself calls the form of his work a letter. With a letter form, Wittgenstein thought he could help his readers solve their philosophical problems once and for all. The letter of the Tractatus has 7 runs. Its cardinal propositions 1 to 7. Originally, the letter was meant to end with the insight shared in cardinal proposition 6. As one would expect from a letter, like this beautiful letter here, the distance between the single Tractatus cardinal runs is to be regarded as the same throughout. The cardinal propositions are to be seen as concatenated with each other in just the same way as the links of a regular chain are concatenated, or in Tractatus terms, as the simple names of the elementary proposition, or the simple object of the elementary state, the Sachverhalt. The cardinal propositions, quote, hang one in another, end of quote. We can also say that the runs of the Tractatus letter, at least up to proposition 6, are linked together by an unbroken chain that is built out of the central terms of the cardinal propositions. The structure which brings this chain about is, as was shown yesterday by Luciano, the following. A is B, B is C, C is D, etc. The chain starts with the world, and from that leads to case, fact, thought, sentence, truth function, and right up, as Brian said, to the destination envisaged, which is proposition 6. Up to proposition 6, the term with which the cardinal proposition ends is repeated at the beginning of the next cardinal proposition, in that way making the link godless. Now, this is not always retained in translations. The link between proposition 6 and 7 is no longer as explicit as the links up to proposition 6, but nevertheless, the link relation is still there, since what can be said and whereof one cannot speak is already determined by the general form any proposition can take. The latter form of Wittgenstein's Tractatus is the form of gabless sequence, lückenlose Folge. And this is a principle and a method, or a Gedankenbewegung, as Wittgenstein could also say, which he probably took over from Frege. It will accompany him throughout his philosophical development and authorship. In Tractatus, the reader had to climb the ladder successively and in a gabless sequence, rung by rung, up to the top where she finally gains the insight. But by November 1930, Wittgenstein had lost interest in arranging his work in the form of a letter. Quote, if the place I want to reach could only be climbed up to by a ladder, I would give up trying to get there. For the place to which I really have to go is one that I must actually be at already, end of quote. Wittgenstein now says that he wants to offer, quote, the whole thing already with each single sentence. In the preface to the investigations, Wittgenstein will express himself in much the same way. Each single remark of the book, as much as possible, shall, quote, give the viewer an idea of the landscape, of the entire landscape. It had been the function of the gabless ladder format to bring the reader to confront herself with and process round by round some of the strongest metaphysical concepts and questions philosophy had ever posed. But all this effort of taking in philosophical language and thought, had the purpose of eventually making them disappear. The gapless letter form had the function of disencumbering the reader from philosophical surplus baggage. By November 1930, the gapless letter is no longer seen as the best format for reaching this goal. Now, Wittgenstein thinks that it should be possible to offer the reader philosophical clarification without first forcing onto her philosophical terminology. The place where philosophy can be left behind is, quote, one that I must actually be at already. This place is language as it is practiced in everyday life. Our language, as Wittgenstein puts it in the summary to his envisaged new book of 1930, The Philosophische Bemerkungen. All we need is a, quote, perspicuous representation, übersichtliche Darstellung of the grammar of everyday language. In the early 1930s, Wittgenstein and Friedrich Waismann entered a cooperation on co-authoring a presentation of Wittgenstein's old and new philosophy in one or more books. This was on the initiative of Moritz Schlick. Waismann soon recognized that the project was far from straightforward. The issue of the form of the book and of how the book should begin became a particular concern. On the basis of manuscripts and dictations by and conversations with Wittgenstein, Waismann produced the first draft. But at the meeting at Easter 1933, Wittgenstein laid out a new vision for the format of his book that was completely different from what Waismann had produced. It is the vision of the later Brown book, and it tries in some way again to implement gapless sequence. In a letter to Karl Menger, a copy of which can be found in Brian's Nachlass at the Brenner archives in Innsbruck, Waismann gives a highly illuminating description of the Easter 1933 meeting and the events that followed. In the Brown book from 1934-35, Wittgenstein wants to offer the reader a perspicuous representation of the grammar of the parts of everyday language that are most relevant to the philosopher. It is words that the philosopher is most likely to misunderstand or misuse. Nouns, proper names, demonstrative, indexicals, numerals are examples. By demonstrating that philosophy's concepts and phrasing simply have no functional place in everyday language grammar, and that all that philosophy does is to deviate from this grammar, philosophical thought is to be shown to be redundant. All this may seem fine enough, but what made the Brown book special and problematic is that it wanted this perspicuous representation to proceed as much as possible as a gapless and strictly linear series. In the Brown book, the perspicuous representation should be ordered as a gapless sequence from the grammar of the simplest case to the grammar of the most complex one. At the beginning of 1936 in Skjolden in Norway, the Brown book format was by Wittgenstein again discarded as a viable gestalt for his book. He now says that the linear and gapless sequence is, in two important senses, not natural, nicht natürlich. First, it is not natural to him as a thinker, writer, and author. Second, it is not natural to philosophy either. See what he later will say in the preface to the investigations. Originally, it seemed to me essential that in the book the thoughts should proceed from one subject to another in a natural, smooth sequence. Now, in German, he says lückenlose Folge, gapless sequence. After several unsuccessful attempts to weld my results together into such a whole, I realized that I should never succeed. The best that I could write would never be more than philosophical remarks. My thoughts soon grew feeble if I tried to force them along a single track against their natural inclination. And this was, of course, connected with the very nature of the investigation. Wittgenstein explicitly admitted to Moore that he had been pursuing the wrong method in the Brown Book. The mistake of the method had consisted in pairing the method of conspicuous representation with precisely the method of ordering the language games in a gapless linear series or sequence. As already earlier in November 1930, when Wittgenstein had distanced himself from the linear and gapless sequence of the Tractatus letter, he returned also now to a less stringent form of working out the conspicuous representation. This form was the crisscross gestalt of the album. The Brown Book was subsequently turned into the album of the investigations. However, it would only be much later, in 1946, that Wittgenstein then also called his investigations an album. And at the same time, we should keep in mind that he already masterfully described and announced the album form 15 years earlier with his remarks zu einem Vorwort about a preface in November 1930. I argued that when gestalting his first great work in philosophy, the Tractatus, Wittgenstein had sought to put Frege's ideal of gapless sequence and procedure to work in the form of a ladder. The Tractatus ladder should not lack any ranks. The main ranks of the ladder, the cardinal propositions, were given wordings that pointed backwards to the previous cardinal proposition and forwards to the next. This composition made a tight chain out of the propositions. A similar ideal of gapless sequence was again pursued in the Brown Book, where not only Frege, but surely also Goethe and Spengler were at work. Goethe's and Spengler's morphological method required arrangement of the cardinal elements, quote, as clearly indicated steps of a step ladder free of gaps. This is by Joachim Schulte in his Wittgenstein book. The cardinal elements of the Brown Book were its language games. In the transition from the Brown Book to his second great work in philosophy, the Investigations, the Brown Book step ladder was given up. When gestalting the Investigations, Wittgenstein sought to put instead the principles of crisscrossing family resemblance to work. In contrast to the principle of gapless linear sequence, family resemblance permits and embraces gaps. The Investigations consciously bring the gap in. The arrangement will now run rather than linearly crisscross. When writing and gestalting along the principle of family resemblances, repetition becomes unavoidable. The same threads, while not running through all elements treated, and the same notes, while not being cross points through all threads, will turn up again and again. Family resemblance and repetition were therefore not only necessary constituents in Wittgenstein's way of philosophizing when he clarified philosophical problems for and on himself, they also became central to the forming of the Investigations precipitate from these philosophical reactions. It is, we said 2 minutes, so one more, okay. So just I summarize. Now I'm aware that usually Wittgenstein's adoption of family resemblance is associated with Spengler, but I think we can go back to 1906 when Wittgenstein, as Brian writes, read Schopenhauer, because family resemblance plays an important role in Schopenhauer. And Wittgenstein refers around 1933 quite a few times to Schopenhauer when he discusses how a philosophical book should look like. But it can only be in late autumn of 1936 that he put this idea of family resemblance as a principle for gestalting his work, also to work. Thank you.
I say that if the speaker is if the speaker is faster, we can find 5 or 10 minutes for some question. But if the speaker use all the time, there is no time for any question more. And now here is Joseph Wang-Kathrein of the University of Innsbruck, with the longest title that you can see. Yeah. Wittgenstein complete correspondence and the nonsense collection. Brian McGuinness at the Research Institute Brenner. Please.
Okay.
I remember that the time is limited. My proposal to use coffee break and the shift of 15 minutes and reduce the round table to 1 hour and not 1 hour and 15 minutes. This is the only. Okay, because all in very interesting. It's important. Well, we can have some time for some question for the first two. No? Coffee break now? No, excuse me. We have the time for a couple of questions. It's more important than one day. Okay.
Are you sure the coffee is ready?
I propose that
Is this one?
at least one question. I see that Massimo was the first and Donatello is the second that asked it. I want to listen. Is ready here? One question. Lost time.
I'll try to be quick.
Please. A question, please. Yeah. There's the time. One question.
Just to kill time.
Very brief.
Yeah, very brief to Alberto. I found very interesting this your analysis on necessary propositions in the philosophy of investigation. But I think this is a reinterpretation of necessity. It's not the whole absolutely interpretation of necessity. It is a relative necessity, it seems to me. So something like it is the inch propositions of the later Wittgenstein, the Wittgenstein uncertainty. So these kind of necessary propositions aren't beyond doubt. They can be doubted but the proper circumstances. For example, if the president changed the ground. So I would just ask you whether you find this.
I just want to postpone the answer.
So I will keep silent.
If you are
But one cannot talk often, it's better to pass over silent.
are you ready?
I'm ready, but
Then is the time.
I'm not ready.
Can you try if it works?
So, one of these, right? So,
Someone has a joke?
I could tell so.
Dance or song, something. Now is ready. Okay,
Let's
then
see.
start.
Okay. Thanks very much that I can speak here. I think the organizers for having here, and thank a lot of people who try to speak right now. So please don't feel offended if you are not named. So what I have one main concern in my talk, and let's let you know where the papers of McGuinness or Brian's papers are, and that you can actually go there or come to us rather and have a look at it. And those papers are in good hands. That's the only thing that matters.
Does it?
No?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I just very good. So I have four parts. My talk. The first one, I want to tell you something about the Research Institute Brenner Archive, or Brenner in Innsbruck, where the paper is flying is. I will say very few things about the complete correspondence of Ludwig Wittgenstein, the cooperation project between McGuinness and Brenner. And I will show some pictures of Brian's Nachlass, if you can say so. Some German word for the philosophical remains. And then I will say something about the so-called nonsense collection of Ludwig Wittgenstein. It's a collection of paper cuttings he kept. Wittgenstein kept until he died. So now we come to the Research Institute Brenner Archive. So Brenner is situated here in this part of Innsbruck. It's part of the University of Innsbruck. It's the so-called literary archive of Tyrol and South Tyrol. Now, literary archive is something different from official state archives. So we collect actually selected items and not acts that are bundles of acts that just come across the history. So we do not keep everything. That's one of the main messages here. There are over 470 literary remains there, mostly of authors in the region, so Tyrol and South Tyrol was a region in Austria. South Tyrol is part of Italy, so they're culturally very close. Right now, The chair is Professor Klemser, Ulrich Klemser. So now, Brenner, if you know the geography, of course, it's the name of a small town on the border between Italy and Austria. But actually, the Brenner Archive or Brenner Archive is named not after the village, well, or indirectly after the village. It's named after this wonderful cultural journal, Hartmonatschrift für Kultur, für Kunst und Kultur. Yeah, this is Brenner. It's a journal published by Ludwig Wittgenstein. His name came in these 2 days already a few times. So and the journal is called like that. The publishing house called Brenner, and it's actually the archive of the publishing house and has so it's yeah. Through the history in the 1960s and 70s, I don't say much more about it. It became a research institute that got some civil rights, and they end up as the of University of Innsbruck, which is actually quite good. So now, this Brenner is the most local, right? So this was the archive and neither Brian nor Wittgenstein would be sort of part of, should be collected there. There are other maybe better places. What I'm saying now is how we actually come to this. So, of course, we have heard that Wittgenstein had dealt with Ficker quite a few times, actually. There's this famous letter where Wittgenstein, out of the blue, donated $500,000 euro, count approximately maybe a bit less, or 250,000 euros, 100,000 crowns. At the time, out of the blue, he wrote a letter to Ficker, said wanted to donate money for artists and for the publishing house. It comes as a surprise, but this was the starting point of their correspondence. After that, after they dealt with the money, Wittgenstein wanted to publish Tractatus with the Brenner. So in 1990, this is the letter where he wrote, so the first page of the letter, where he wrote Ficker about his suggesting Brenner publishing house publish Tractatus. Okay.
It's on?
Okay. Now, those are letters, and let's talk how we actually come to this kind of information, and how those letters actually get out of the archive and come to research. This is where the complete correspondence of Ludwig Wittgenstein come to play. It's like this. No. During this day, the first edited letter volume was 1967 by Brian. He published the letters between Engelmann and Wittgenstein. This is to my information, the first ever edited volume. Not just some quotes of letters between some piece of published works, but actually an edited volume of Wittgenstein's letters. 1967 it was. Next slide, please. And you can see what Brenner made out of it. So these are all the published volumes I know of, made by us. We are following into footsteps of Brian. So the first published volume was by Nachlass and von Brick, the correspondence between Wittgenstein and Pichler. And I published letters by Bergen to Wittgenstein. Illustrates published several volumes. One of them was Hensel, the correspondence between Hensel and Wittgenstein. There's one volume on Wittgenstein coda music. I'm sure some of you will know that. Interkirche published a volume on Alois. And those separate published volumes were then collected into one big project, where we also tried to incorporate all known letters, published letters, and unpublished letters into one big database. So this was the dawn of digital editing by people in Bergen. Was editing a Nachlass in Innsbruck, and we were editing the letters, correspondence. So under Monika Seekircher, Brian was part of the team at that time already, and under Unterkircher, they published the first edition of the so-called Gesamtbriefwechsel. And since new letters always come up, an edit volume was published 2011. I had the chance to work with Brian together at the second edition, and it is a great one. Many of you will know this interface. This is the Internet's past masters electronic edition interface, where we can browse through letters. Yeah, and I may add that thanks to presentation of Lucia and Martin, those are, you use materials in the archive to give to produce such a good results, to do your research and to tell us wonderful stories. And it's we now know why we are collecting those things and keeping those papers to the next generation. So how does the Brian's Nachlass look alike in Innsbruck? As you may remember, Brian had hanging registries in his office, and there are lots of materials there. We took them all out, of course, and we put it to this kind of boxes. If you are not familiar with archiving, those boxes are actually they're made of special paper, SE3, and it's made in such a way that we think we can keep the materials without physical loss as long as possible. Yeah, Brian himself knows that his papers will come to Innsbruck thanks to Giovanna and thanks to Josef Peter. Finally received the collection of so-called Brian McGuinness Sammlung. it has a total of 55 cassettes. So mostly fine granular registered by Unterkirche. With this link, you can actually see the whole registry, the index of those papers online. They are not digitized yet, so this will be the next step. But these materials are open. You have come to Innsbruck, or you can write me a letter and ask for special volumes, and I will scan them and send it to you. You have to register prior, and this is mostly for our benefits, because we have to justify ourselves. If there are no visitors, they would probably close down the archive. So do visit us, and by visiting us, you are helping us. So now, can you remember the past slides in the cassettes? They are actually not for all the cassettes. Brian's Nachlass. One of them is missing. This is because one of them is so valuable that we have to keep it in safe. So not only few people have access to that, and keep the close path. And if you want to look into it, it's also open. But really, you have to say it at least a week before, so we can prepare it. It's under safeguard, so to say. And it's the nonsense collection of Wittgenstein. So this is very special. It's a bundle of 127 items. The registration is done by Brian himself, and together with Amicola. It's a collection by Wittgenstein. So his lifetime kept a file of boxes and with paper cuttings in it. So mostly cuttings from newspapers, magazines. I will show some samples later. There are also dust wrapper, so book cover. One issue of Der Stürmer, the Nazi journal, magazine, some personal letters made into it. There's one booklet speaking Latin, and several say philosophical articles. So, and it's really titled as a nonsense collection. Next slide, please. So we took it out of the file and put it to the acid using acid-free papers. So as you can see, those cuttings are of different sizes. So some of them are quite large, others are quite small. Maybe I can. Yes. So you can see here a registry paper printed out. This is a printout database made by Brian himself, so containing topics, dating, who might have sent those things to Wittgenstein. As Wittgenstein himself, so the Ludwig Wittgenstein himself was the keeper of the collection, but he received cuttings from other people. Most notably called Wittgenstein, but also Hermine Wittgenstein contributed to Mariechen, so-called Mariechen, Marie von Stocker, but also Wittgenstein's friends sent them. So John Inman, W.H. Watson, those are people who have sent, we have the letters. So what I'm showing next slide, please. To cover that part of sending. So Wittgenstein collected it, and some of those items made to the so-called nonsense collection, and Wittgenstein passed it on after his death to Rushfies, and Rushfies passed it on to Brian. So these are some items. about Einstein. So, Albert Einstein was all of you know that he was a physicist, a very famous one in relativity theory, but he made to the nonsense collection. Not because he wrote relativity theory, but because he was here. So there was a report on visiting a film studio. It is said on this paper that Einstein was amazed by this girl. There's an article and God's foreseen, God's for knowledge based on Einstein's theory of relativity. So those things made into nonsense collection, not the relativity theory itself. And this one is actually my favorite. So this is a newly built church, St. Paul's in New York, I think. And it said that this statue, if you well, I cannot, is one statue of Einstein. If you read the subscript, it said that even Kant was one of the figures on the front door of the church. This should be, well, as long as you know something about religion, this should quite at least astonishing. And there are a nonsense collection thing about music, for example. So these are some items. Franz Leha said that you are not allowed to change one note of my work after my death. So this finds it very, yeah, it's a nonsense. So, and this one is something I actually quite like. This comes from a pamphlet. I call the pamphlet on speaking Latin. Already at Wittgenstein time, speaking Latin was not. Latin was a dead language already. And these people are actually, and this was sent by Paul Wittgenstein, certainly. Paul Wittgenstein underlined these pages, phrases in the book. And it's a discussion on how to translate jazz into Latin. So one suggests, forgive me for being politically incorrect, one suggestion would be musica barbara, so foreign music. But the author does not agree. He thinks that musica barbara would also account for Chinese music, and music come from Africa. It should rather called musica negra. No. Oh, sorry, I mixed it up. This is the other way around. So, yeah, these are discussions that people find amusing. It's like this. And thank you. People find amusing, and so they make fun out of it, certainly. But why? So how do we know where they come from? So actually the first secondary literature to the nonsense collection could be the correspondence of Wittgenstein. So you can find some hints already in the 1920s. Wittgenstein wrote to Hesse. In this paper cutting, I have translated into English. So this is one unbelievable thing I have ever seen. Read it and tell me whether there's one word for it. Please keep it or send it back. So it was already in 1920, he was thinking of keeping those curious paper reports for next generation. So it's not doesn't want to just read it once and throw it away, but he thinks that they are worth keeping. So, and you can there are several letters I picked out. I picked out one. Actually, it's quite funny to read it in German. Obwohl ich dir sonst nur kompendiösen Stiefel schicke, hältst du den beifolgenden Artikel der rot angestrichenen Stellen mit. So this was I think this is the one common in the church the church article. So you see that he's quoting Paul Wittgenstein, and actually the other way around. Ludwig Wittgenstein also calls these things Stiefel, boots, right? It's a good translation. It's the things you wear, the shoes in winter. It's yeah, funny language. At least language, this is rather special. So, and this is one by W.S. Schwartz. He sent a series on discussions in the newspaper on what happens after the death, and people, bishops, physicists, authors, famous figures like John Monasho, Arthur Conan Doyle have written about that. And in the accompanying letter wasn't right. I have managed to get a few newspaper cuttings for you, including the marvelous series which I told you about in Cambridge, and which I have now found among my papers. You should get amusement by the slow perusal of these. So these are clear indications on how they dealt with this nonsense correction. Next slide, please. And this is the final warning, at least. So this comes from a paper from Wittgenstein to Straffa. And this shows that not everything that's nonsensical makes it to nonsense correction. So Wittgenstein was picky. He wrote to Straffa, "Thank you for the letter from the listener. Ryan Banks is one of the parapsychologists at that time, very famous. Ryan is one of those people who could make me feel skeptical about the law of gravitation if he told me about it. He isn't quite concentrated enough, though, to be very amusing. If you meet him, please tell him that if he wants to get into my collection of nonsense, you have to compress his rubbish a little more. Still, one shouldn't be too ungrateful." So all these things come to this question whether this box of nonsense has something to do with his philosophy. As we know that nonsense is of course a main term in Wittgensteinian philosophy of Tractatus, very important. And this is how I want to close my lecture here with two quotes by Brian. And this quote shows how Brian dealt with these things, with this kind of questions, how he carefully distinguished but also intermingled the philosophy of Wittgenstein and the biography of Wittgenstein. This is, as you know, Brian is an exemplary model in this regard. So in one paper, in honor to Rosaria and Egidi, we could call this things kind of the highest form of nonsense. It's about the nonsense of religion. But it has a reverse counterpart, of which it's hard to say whether it amused or arranged Wittgenstein more. I mean, the deliberate confusion of levels, the attempt to introduce scientific reasoning into religious method. This is one quote. And the other one, this is really important, nonsense to, and then ends like philosophy in silence. And looking through the collection, one can see how it mirrors his philosophy, how much of his of it is consistent with confusion of level, the temptation to say the inappropriate thing. And this is yeah, with these two quotes, I will stop here.
I think that this is a perfect ending. We also must end in silence and go to the coffee break. Thank you. Thank you very much. Abbiamo 15 minuti di ritardo, quindi nessun problema, tutto slitta 15 minuti e non ci facciamo prendere dall'ansia. Se riuscissimo a ricavare, poi dipende un po' da quello che chiedo adesso, una quindicina di minuti ulteriori alla fine dell'esposizione di Romano Romani, pregherei soltanto se tutti giurate che la domanda dura 15 secondi e la risposta 20. Allora potremmo. Me lo confermate dopo. Allora, iniziamo con la professoressa Rosaria Egidi, Università Roma 3, su Brian McGuinness, okay? On Wittgenstein's Tractatus, some crucial points. Please.
In an essay of 2006, titled Wittgenstein and Tractatus, Brian McGuinness goes back to investigate the gestation period of the Tractatus, drawing on intensive research carried out in almost 50 years. In this essay, he focuses on identifying the context that influenced the young Wittgenstein, starting from his first day in Cambridge, 1911 to 1914. He examines the cultural, scientific, philosophical context, and in many ways also familiar background that shaped is the course of his life and thought. In so doing, he reveals what we might call the breeding ground from which his first masterpiece originated. More precisely, his primitive version, the Logisch philosophische Handlung, which would be called the product of his first year in Cambridge. Among those who, before the First World War, helped Wittgenstein to decide whether to become a pilot or a logician, McGuinness cites Bertrand Russell, who, among other things, encouraged him to join the influential apostles, the Cambridge branch of Bloomsbury Group, whose members included Russell himself, Keynes, Moore, and Rensen. McGuinness says, I quote, still between them, the member of this group set him on the way to writing to first and in some way his greatest work. He was to repay Russell's logic, he was to deal with Keynes' probability in 2 or 3 paragraphs, and he was to show that ethics, Moore's field, did not consist of propositions at all. And perhaps this is what they wanted from him. They, I quote, looked to him for the next big step in philosophy, as Russell told Wittgenstein's sister. And so there were the 3 main sources of inspiration of the Tractatus: logic, probability, and ethics. McGuinness dealt with these issues in several essays, the most of important which included in the volume of his collected papers, approaches to Wittgenstein. I will concentrate my analysis in these 3 themes. A, the revision of Russell's logic. B, the Wittgensteinian version of the concept of probability. And C, the critique of the existence of ethical propositions. These 3 theses were resumed in the transitional post-Tractarian phase, also known as the middle Wittgenstein. Point 1, logic. on the genesis and development of Wittgenstein's original views on thought and reality, McGuinness had provided a sympathetic but faithful analysis in an essay titled The Path to the Tractatus. I will draw on this text to identify the elements of Wittgenstein's starting point from the logic of the principles, the rhetorics of the Principia Mathematica, and the results of his critical reflection set out in the Tractatus. As is well known, truth functional logic is the method used to establish that the truth value of the elementary propositions. However, already in the Tractatus, we see the need to immunize the analysis of certain propositional forms from the errors of Russell's theory of authors, and to resolve the problem relating to proposition resistant to truth functional treatment. Wittgenstein is well aware of the fact that some propositional forms, such those concerning colors, identities, and propositions containing modal and epistemic operator, cannot be adequately analyzed according to the thought functional logic. These forms are therefore exceptions to the principle of extensionality formulated in section 5. Quote, a proposition is a true function of elementary propositions. I will omit here the anti-class social argument concerning color identity and totalities, and I will discuss instead the other important exception, that is the propositions with epistemic operator, called proposition attitudes by Russell and Satzformen der Psychologie by Wittgenstein. After reiterating the principle of extensionality in an elliptical formulation, I quote, in the general propositional form, propositions occur in other propositions only as basis of thought operation. Wittgenstein argues that there are cases that seems to elude this rule. I quote, at first sight, it looks as if it were also possible for one proposition to occur in another in a different way, particularly with certain forms of proposition in psychology, such as A believes that P, or A as the thought P, etc. For if these are considered superficially, it looks as if the proposition P stood in some kind of relation to an object A, in bracket. And in modern theory of knowledge, the Brenner history, Russell, etc., these propositions have actually been constructed in this way. Wittgenstein, well-structured argument expressed in section 5.542 refutes Russell's and Bohr's view. I quote, it is clear, however, that A believes that P and A is the thought that P, A says P, or the form P says P. And this does not involve the correlation of a fact with an object, but rather the correlation of facts by means of the correlation of the objects at the quotation. It's barely necessary to recall that these arguments in the Tractatus only constitute the antecedent which, after the resumption of his activity in 1929, during his second and last stay in Cambridge will undermine the absolutism of the truth functional logic and the picture conception of language. Various attempts will follow from here to amend or integrate the logic of truth function with a new language that Wittgenstein will call at first phenomenological, subsequently regarded the language as a calculus. There were all attempts with which he will eventually replace the model of Bill Alphason with that of an intentionality bezeichnung. What has been called the Intentionalisierung of Wittgenstein's conception of the relation language-fact had already been anticipated in a note of February 1983. I quote, it is quoted by Alberto, if you exclude the element of intention from language, its whole function then collapses. And the quotation. It is not only alternative to Russell's conception, but it also implies the rejection of the isomorphic relation of language and fact and this replacement with an intentional relation. The controversy with Russell reaches its conclusion in an important section of the big transcript entitled Intention und Abbildung. Here, the intentional abbildung will not indicate the relation between intention and fact, but the simple definition of a sentence and leads to another sentence that is of the sentence defined to the sentence that defined. So, probability. According to McGuinness, it was Kant's studies of probability that were the second factor leading Wittgenstein to develop during his first stay in Cambridge his own logical conception of probability propositions, Wahrheitssätze, Wahrscheinlichkeitssätze. In section 5.1525.156 of the Tractatus, probability is defined as a relation between the ground of two elementary propositions. According to this proposition, the degree of probability of a proposition with respect to another can be determined according to the tenets of truth functional logic. For example, it is likely that the weather will change expresses the disjunction of two elementary propositions. It is likely that the weather will change or the weather will not change. This accords with the fundamental aim of achieving a rigorous formal concept formation of the scientific language on pure logical basis, an aim pursued by Russell's logicists, Wittgenstein Tractatus, and refined by Ramsey, Weismann, Reichenbach, and the member of the Vienna Circle. McGuinness devoted his remarkable essay Probability to this topic and discusses some theses in his seminal 1969 essay of the same title by Gerald Henry Fabre. Both essays examine the evolution of the Wittgensteinian conception in the transition, documented in particular in the philosophical work, in a manuscript titled Wahrscheinlichkeit, included in the big typescript and in the philosophical Roma. Of no secondary interest are a number of synthetic remarks listing several of the properties of the probability proposition in a page of the notebooks November 1914. This remarks highlights how this logical definition of probability is not sufficient to determine the status of probability propositions. According to the first property, they are confirmed durch den Versuch, that is, by means of experimental research. The argument is developed in section 5154 of the Tractatus, which contains what can be called the core conception of the Wittgensteinian version of probability, according to which the laws of probability are hypothetical assumptions, hypothetische Annahmen, forming the basis of a calculus confirmed or refuted experimentally, that is, by the relative frequency. For example, on the throw of dice, in the launch of the two-sided coin or dice, and in the eventual confirmation, the experiment does not validate the calculus, but rather the natural laws of those hypothetical assumptions, which is to say that hypothetical element is intrinsic to the probability. It is not irrelevant that in Wittgenstein's writings, the treatment of probability is in every context conceptually interwoven with that of hypothesis. Hypothetical and probabilistic assertions have in common characteristic properties. First of all, they are not genuine propositions, but they share a non-propositional state, which categorically distinguished from the genuine proposition that is empirical proposition that in found sense. I omit the quotation of the Wittgenstein passage. The same section 5154 reiterates what was already said in the notebook. It is the experience of drawing equal numbers of black and white balls from an arm and putting them back that shows what the numbers of the black and white balls which are drawn approximate as drawing continues. End of quotation. So, I quote, conclude Wittgenstein, this is not a mathematical fact. This contains a philosophically more important idea whereby the status of probability proposition is a hybrid one, insofar as it comprises not only elements a priori, therefore logical ones, but also a posteriori, or, as Wittgenstein clarifies, I quote, as if the same state of affairs could be discovered or corroborated by experience of the systems, what's evident and but many usually in the later phases of Wittgenstein thinking, also in this case, old and new are interwoven in a laborious mix of division and continuity. The mixed permission of a priori and a posteriori in the probability assertions, they synthetic a priori character, as we might say in other terms, alludes to the purpose of clarifying the specific problem of the agreement of the a prioristic definitions of probability with the posteriori results of the statistical experiment. In short, of the coexistence of the calculus and frequency. According to Fonrich's interpretation, well accepted by McGuinness, the mixture of the prior and the posteriori element in hypothetical probabilistic assertion suggests the existence of a logical form and an epistemological form. However, Wittgenstein does not tell us in what sense this co-presence is to be understood, and what is the demarcation between the two constituent elements of the notion of probability. That is, what is the relation or the distinction between calculus and experience, or more generally between law and chance. The tension between these very different elements, dramatically unresolved in this phase of his thought. The impossibility of establishing an answer to this problem is perhaps the reason, or one of the reasons, why Wittgenstein would never again deal with the theory of probability in the later writing. Third point, ethics. According to Wittgenstein, the third purpose of the Tractatus is to demonstrate that propositions of ethics are not genuine propositions, as is his third claim in Principia Ethica by Moore, the third interlocutor of Russell and Keynes. If, as Wittgenstein wrote to Ludwig von Fichler, the sense of the Tractatus is an ethical sense, we must infer that the final section of the work contained the most important message. The lapidary statement, I quote, and so it is possible for there to be propositions of ethics of section C4.2 of the Tractatus, sums up an argument concerning the class of sentences which cannot be sensibly said, as opposed to the class of sentences of the natural sciences, which can instead be sensibly said. At the start of this essay, the path to the Tractatus, McGuinness clarified how this opposition expresses only an apparent contradiction, and he writes, I quote, anyone who has read Wittgenstein Tractatus is struck, indeed is usually fascinated by two apparently contradictory aspects of it. At the one end, it seems to confine all sensible talk to the proposition of natural sciences, and even puts the proposition of logic into the category of the senseless. On the other hand, it itself embraces two extremely non-scientific propositions: mysticism, for which it deserves an important place, and solipsism, the view according to which I alone exist and the world is, in Schopenhauer's phrase, my idea. Therefore, in the Tractatus, there are two domains of senses, proposition and non-proposition. To the second domain belong ethics and aesthetics, while sentences belong to the domain that Wittgenstein calls the mystical, as C4.4. In the Tractatus, the treatment of the mystical is integral to solipsism. Mysticism and solipsism are, in fact, the two non-scientific positions mentioned by McGuinness in two of his most important theoretical essays, Mysticism and Solipsism. The treatment of what Wittgenstein called the mysticals is included in section 644 to 65422 of the Tractatus, which are about what cannot be said but only shown in opposition to scientific proposition treated in the previous section 1 to 5. In the essay Mysticism, McGuinness treats Wittgenstein's analysis of the script in the gestation period of the Tractatus, starting from a close parallel with the thesis sustained by Russell in his essay, Mysticism and Logic. For the sake of brevity, I will limit myself to listing Russell for thesis without discussing it. Present the parallelism that McGuinness detects between Stern and the Tractatus. 1. The mystics believe that reality is superior or different from sensible and rational experiences is akin to the Wittgenstein's idea that mystic experiences cannot be put into words. Tractatus 6:5-2. 2. The mystics believe that reality is one and contains no opposition and divisions, is reflected in the Tractatus description of mysticism as seeing or feeling the world as a whole. Tractatus C4.4.6.4.5. 2. The mystics' belief of the unreality of time, timelessness, is akin to the Tractarian conception of the world sum specie aeterni. Tractatus 6.4.5 and 6.4.3.1.1. 4. The mystics' belief in good and evil is also detectable in the Tractarian denial that they are within the world, consisting rather in the will's disposition toward the world, of its acceptance by the happy man for whom the world is good, and of disagreement with the world by the solipsism. The other non-scientific position framed in the area of questions about what Brenner received is solipsism. Clearly inspired by Schopenhauer in origin, this position is taken up by Wittgenstein in the Tractatus with the declared aim to decide, I quote, how much truth there is in solipsism, 5.6.2. The celebrated list of authors from Rome who drew inspiration includes, in fact, Schopenhauer. The alternative version of solipsism with respect to Schopenhauer is set forth in 5.6.7.2.5.7.2.3 of the Tractatus, where the central idea first appears that the word is my word, that the language of the limited. 3. And the subject ego of a limit of the world. From the conception of solipsism, what can infer the importance that Wittgenstein attaches to the proposition of ethics and aesthetic, which, unlike the empirical proposition, have a transcendental status, in that they express the condition or rules of what can be said. In the sense, the last section of the Tractatus contains the developments of what the subsequent phrases of Wittgenstein will be conceived as the grammatical status of certain non-empirical sentences. In conclusion, I would like to quote an enlightening passage of Moore. I quote, "But I think one of the most important things Wittgenstein said about them. That is, proposition of mathematics, deductive logic, colors, and an immense number of others. And certainly, one of the most important things he said anywhere in his lectures was an attempt to explain exactly how very different from experiential propositions. And this attempt, so far as I can see, consisted in maintaining two things. Better one, that sentences which would commonly be said to express them do in fact, when used in this way, say nothing or are without sense. And the two, that is supposed that this supposed fact that such sentences, when so used, are without sense, is due to the fact that they are related in a certain way to rules of grammar and of the quotation and of my thank
Okay, perfect timing. And now we have another last speech by Romano Prodi, Romano Romani, from Rome. And I know that he was a great friend of McGuinness, of Brian, and also a great expert of philosophy in general. The title is a brief note on Brian McGuinness and the philosophical poem of Ludwig Wittgenstein. Please, io give in Italian.
In Italia, sì, sì. Io parlerò in italiano e dirò poche cose. Il mio breve scritto lo avete, spero, avuto tutti. E sono qui soprattutto per ricordare Brian e per ricordare il suo approccio al Tractatus, che era un approccio assolutamente libero, filosoficamente teoretico e, diciamo, aveva due caratteristiche: quella di considerare il Tractatus, e parlo del Tractatus perché soprattutto è il Tractatus che egli ha studiato e che ha preso in considerazione anche con il suo lavoro di biografo di Ludwig Wittgenstein. Per lui il Tractatus da un lato era un'opera assolutamente filosofica della modernità del Novecento e al tempo stesso era un'opera che stava pienamente dentro la tradizione filosofica dell'Occidente, dalle origini fino a noi. E questo è il punto di vista che a me interessa in questo senso, perché io mi sono occupato soprattutto di filosofia del Novecento, ma soprattutto anche di filosofia antica, soprattutto di Platone e di Aristotele e di Parmenide. E innanzitutto vorrei, ecco, appunto, parlare dell'inizio e della fine del Tractatus. Die Welt ist alles, was der Fall ist. Il mondo è tutto ciò che è l'accadere. questa è la mia traduzione. Quindi abbiamo, diciamo, il verbo sein, ist, e abbiamo il concetto di alles, che è il concetto di horon, del mondo come horon, come tutto, che in qualche modo corrisponde, è in relazione profonda con l'essere, con l'ausia, che è appunto lo horon come principio. E poi abbiamo questo concetto di accadere, del Symweinen, che era appunto espresso in Aristotele con il kata symvebekos. Kata usien, kata symvebekos. E noi abbiamo all'inizio del Tractatus ambedue questi concetti messi insieme a definire il mondo. E qui già c'è il problema del senso. Un problema del senso liberamente affrontato da un punto di vista logico, perché non c'è una perfetta coerenza nell'espressione della prima proposizione del Tractatus. C'è anzi una quasi contraddizione tra l'essere e l'accadere, che comunque vengono messi insieme e nei quali si dà già il problema del senso e del non senso. Questa complessità e questa sinteticità la ritroviamo nell'ultima proposizione, nella proposizione 7, dove Wittgenstein dice: wovon man nicht sprechen kann, darüber muss man nicht schweigen. Muss man, schweigen. Cioè, muss man schweigen è assolutamente intraducibile in italiano, perché müssen è qualcosa che fa capo alla necessità, non al dovere in senso morale, e d'altro canto indica, è anche una prescrizione, pur non essendo un sollen. Quindi è intraducibile in italiano, non è possibile tradurlo dicendo di ciò di cui non possiamo parlare si deve tacere, perché questa è una traduzione assolutamente non fedele, non precisa, non completa perlomeno. Quindi anche qui noi abbiamo un qualche cosa che, come dire, non comporta una perfetta coerenza all'interno del discorso, perché c'è una prescrizione che non è un dovere, ma è una prescrizione perché ha a che fare con il senso. Ciò di cui non si può parlare, wovon man nicht sprechen kann, darüber muss man schweigen. Scusatemi, prima un po' di emozione mi ha fatto sbagliare. Anche questa proposizione ha in sé, diciamo, un problema di coerenza, un problema anche con il principio di non contraddizione in qualche modo. Quindi questa diciamo già presenta una difficoltà logica, ma se noi prendiamo il poema di Parmenide, ci troviamo nel primo frammento del poema di Parmenide, ci troviamo già di fronte a questo tipo di problematiche, perché c'è il problema, il giovane Parmenide viene portato, tipo itai meterusin, osont epitimos icami, viene portato verso la luce, verso la fonte del buio della luce, dove abita la dea della giustizia, dove abita comunque la dea cui egli vuole chiedere come giungere alla verità, e facendo in questo viaggio giunge a questa rivelazione, che la verità consiste in questo, consiste nel principio di non contraddizione, e cioè che l'essere è e il non essere non è. E non è possibile invece, non è coerente e quindi non è vero, non corrisponde alla letheia, il contrario, e cioè dire che il non essere è e che l'essere non è. Quindi, e però la stessa dea dice che nella sua indagine Parmenide dovrà cercare anche presso gli esseri umani che si contraddicono, che vivono nell'ambito della doxa, dovrà cercare la verità anche presso di loro, anche esaminando i loro discorsi. Quindi qui c'è un problema del senso, c'è un problema della logica, e c'è un problema della logica che non riesce a cogliere pienamente il senso soltanto con la coerenza, soltanto con il rispetto del principio di non contraddizione. Il problema del senso va oltre la logica, ma la logica è indispensabile per cercare la verità. Quindi il Tractatus si trova su questa linea, viene da questa tradizione, deve la sua compiutezza a una esigenza di compiutezza, di rigore e di sintesi, ma al tempo stesso presenta la difficoltà nei nostri giorni che ha presentato la filosofia in tutta la sua tradizione occidentale. Passa attraverso il modo di intendere la filosofia come io penso in Kant, senza abbracciare comunque il problema, senza comunque discutere il problema del trascendentale nei termini kantiani. Quindi diciamo è in linea anche con la critica che fa Kant alla fisica di Newton, quindi è perfettamente coerente con la teoria della relatività di Einstein, e al tempo stesso si trova, dicevo e ripeto, profondamente nella tradizione del pensiero occidentale, e ci si trova anche in questo senso, che c'è una profonda comprensione da parte di Wittgenstein dell'esigenza della filosofia, che è quella di far iniziare l'uomo, far cominciare il nostro essere uomini dalla verità, e quindi si trova perfettamente sulla strada di questa tensione alla verità, che è anche il principio dell'incipit della metafisica, dove si legge appunto pantes anthropoi tuei denei oregontai physei, tutti gli uomini per loro natura, spontaneamente, a causa della loro origine, sono protesi verso la conoscenza, verso la visione intellettuale, tuei denei, e su questa linea, con questa prospettiva, con questa esigenza, diciamo da un certo punto di vista è un poema filosofico della contemporaneità e al tempo stesso un'opera filosofica da studiare per continuare la ricerca che può far sì che gli uomini comincino ad essere più uomini. Ma guardate, c'è una nella proposizione 5-6 c'è un qualche cosa che allude anche alla cosmicità della filosofia. Là dove Wittgenstein dice die Grenze meiner Sprache bedeuten die Grenzen meiner Welt. Ecco, appunto, qui abbiamo, scusatemi, qui abbiamo di nuovo il mondo e abbiamo questa parola bedeuten che significa che ha a che fare con il senso, significa significare, ma allora di Grenze, i confini del Meiner Welt, Meiner Sprache, del mio parlare, della mia lingua, della mia parola, non traduco linguaggio, traduco parola, i confini della mia parola hanno il senso, bedeuten, hanno il senso dei confini del mio mondo. Questo vuol dire che ciascun uomo, ciascun essere umano che cerca la verità, che è alla ricerca della verità attraverso la parola, perché solo attraverso la parola si può attingere alla verità, è appunto ciascun essere umano ha in sé, è in sé il confine del proprio mondo. Quindi da un certo punto, diciamo, questo il famoso solipsismo di Wittgenstein in realtà è un'allusione alla cosmicità della filosofia, perché tutti gli uomini sono in grado di essere alla ricerca della verità. Pantes anthropoi, tuoi denai, oregontai, physei. E con questo ho finito. Yes.
Thank you very much to Romani. And I think that we have gained, thanks to his brevity, a few times. I insist to a little period. I impose this rules, only 30 seconds for the question, 1 minute for the answer. We have already a question. I please Alberto to answer to the discussion, and only very brief question. If this is not possible, I can. Okay, if Voltolini want to answer.
Thank you, Massimo. To be very brief, I would say that if in the second part of the investigation we stick to the standard vision, as you said, this merely makes necessity dependent on grammar. So we can say that we have necessary facts, but necessary facts that belong to, say, possible words, if you want to put it this way, that are dependent on some form. They are centered words in some sense. They depend on our opinion. And if this is the case, the uncertainty perspective does not reject this idea, simply to relativize it to a sort of difference between different tokens of one and the same sentence. Whereas in the investigations, Wittgenstein draw a distinction between grammatical propositions and empirical propositions, and they were different. To me, in uncertainty, the idea is that one and the same sentence can have different tokens, some of them that express a rule of grammar, and some others that express merely empirical facts.
Thank you very much. If there are some other questions for whichever speaker, one question. Please 30 seconds to express the question.
10 seconds. It's a question to Rosaria. In two places. In italiano? Allora. Va bene. In due punti della tua relazione, specificamente quelli delle proposizioni della probabilità e quelli dell'etica, tu richiami l'attenzione sulla soluzione wittgensteiniana che compone, diciamo, si prospetta come una composizione o di una assimilazione, una compresenza di un punto logico e di uno invece epistemologico, e anche l'altra, come dire, la soluzione è sempre quella di una compresenza. Volevo chiederti, questa soluzione che è apparentemente di compromesso, insomma, quasi per l'insolubilità della questione sia della probabilità che delle proposizioni dell'etica di essere effettivamente proposizioni, tu come dire, la accetti, la riconosci, la fai tua, oppure pensi che ci possano essere altre possibilità di interpretazione? Grazie.
Mi sembra che una delle acquisizioni più durevoli della filosofia di Wittgenstein sia proprio quello che Moore diceva in quel passo che ho letto prima, cioè la distinzione tra ciò che può essere detto e ciò che non può essere detto, vale a dire tra le proposizioni della scienza e le altre che qualificano la fruibilità umana, cioè le proposizioni normative e regolative. Quindi, secondo me, è una copresenza, come dire, che non lascia spazio, non lascia limiti. Non so cosa pensa Alberto e gli altri interpreti del Tractatus. A me sembra che questa sia la durevole lezione, the enduring lesson of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, the distinction between what cannot be said and can be said. That is in the later writings of Wittgenstein between empirical propositions of the scientific proposition and normative or grammatical propositional sentences, sections.
We have 5 minutes more only. If there are the last two questions, maybe, if there are no questions, 3, 1, 2, 1, oh, one question. Second. Please, very brief, if possible. Brief, short.
Not a question, but maybe a closing statement from the outside world, from Austria. When I was very young, when I was a student, someone said to me, an Englishman, said, Italy, such a wonderful place. It's a pity there isn't any decent philosophy here. And because he meant analytic philosophy. Now, today, that's such a statement would obviously be totally absurd. You have proof. And Brian McGuinness is one.
I remember you said there is now the round table about this.
But Brian McGuinness is one of the people who has changed this situation.
Have you a question for some? No. We've been later we have a place. No question more. 3, 2, 1, stop. No question. Thank you very much. There is a round table.
I asked to participants who presented the paper if I will write you, and I will explain that if we are the text within September 2022, we can publish a special issue of Egidi in the first issue of 233 and 23, not 33. we hope to have 10 years to write the paper. Are you disposed to write within September? I write to you, and I hope we will receive your papers. Thank you very much. Martin Pilch, who McGuinness admired very much, actually. Alois Pichler, Antonia Solis, a longtime friend and collaborator of McGuinness, Alan Yannick, a long time friend and collaborator, Massimo Dell'Utri, and Roberto Puglia. Who will start? Who wants to start? Then, Antonia, I give it to you. Yes. Yes.
Can you hear? Is it clear? Oh, so I'm very honored and touched that you were moved, you know. But the point that I wonder whether I will be able to articulate what I feel or think this meeting so personally, as it is difficult to be personal in such a meeting, you know, except one. Especially when somebody who counted to me as a master is absent. No, absent master seems to be my specialty. Wittgenstein, by the way. Yes. Is it clear or no? Not enough? Now it is clear. So, thank you very much. Anyway, I want to just report some moments rather than events that made me know and meet first, know a little later, Brian McGuinness. I was a Hellenist, achieving my thesis, doctorate thesis on Plato. Of course, Plato's language in Plato, or the role of the ideas as supreme genere, des genres suprêmes, especially in middle dialogues dedicated to logos. Of course, logos and language are very distant. Yes, it's even a problem, philosophical problem, certainly. So on the way to achieving the thesis and do all the necessary institutional things about it, much later, by the way, I met Brian at the very end of the 70s, sorry. Well, I'm confusing dates. I was then in Kirchberg and decided suddenly, you know, to go to Kirchberg conference. I didn't know Wittgenstein well. I just a kind of recent. I was discovering English philosophy. I learned about Wittgenstein. It was my birthday present in '65, given by a friend of mine in London, working as a répétitrice in the French lycée of London. I was very young. Yes, I was not yet all the diplomas required. And then I presented a talk on Wittgenstein and Heidegger because it was a subject. I don't remember exactly the title of that first Kirchberg symposium in 69, 70. Yeah. So, I was in Kirchberg. And, you know, it's a famous sentence Wittgenstein would have written, that he was in total agreement with Heidegger, Angst, and Sein. So something told me that could not work. You know. So I presented very candidly my objections to possible agreement on that avowal in Wittgenstein, that expression of agreement with Heidegger that I didn't believe in. Yes. And so I was really new fit. At the end of the talk, it was never published. Yes, it was never published. And I didn't ask for it to be published, because I was in another world. And I considered that myself very small in that new world of analytical philosophy, so-called analytical philosophy. At the end of the talk, somebody came to me, shook hands, and said very nice things about the talk, and wanted to know me. That's why I gave my address, and his address, and that was Brian McGuinness. That was the first contact. Yes, there are other ones, but I don't want to talk too much. I will perhaps add other things according to other testimonies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello. Yes. Well, let me, so that this is not entirely devoted to hagiography, I'll begin by saying it took a very long time for Brian McGuinness and I to become friends. A very long time. We saw ourselves, though he always denied it later in competition, but we very much saw ourselves in competition. The first attempt to edit a mass of letters, which we had received at the Brenner archives in 1985, newly discovered letters to Wittgenstein. We received about 250, maybe a bit more than that. And we wanted to publish a selection of these letters around the period of the First World War, starting in 1912, and also coinciding with the Tractatus, starting with 1912 and going up to, I forget, 1921. These things were all very nicely put in order in the binder, and I remember sitting down and reading that and getting a very good picture of Wittgenstein as somebody who on the same day is writing a long technical letter to Frege. He is writing to his friends in Norway. He is writing to his mother. He got to see a human being of flesh and blood with many, many different interests, etc. And I thought this was great. And the question was, how should we proceed? So we had spoken to Georg Henrik von Wright about the Nachlass, as Brian has mentioned. Dr. Nachlass had edited the letters to Ludwig von Pichler for von Wright, really. And von Wright was very happy with us. My first connection with Wittgenstein studies came from Georg Henrik von Wright, who sent me to Innsbruck. I've been there now for 50 years. In any case, we want to figure out what the best way to proceed is here. We invited Brian McGuinness to come to Innsbruck and to talk to us about this. Well, a nice lunch, and we presented what we're up to, and a nice lunch afterward with the woman who presented us with these letters. And afterward, Brian said, well, you know, we have thought, and he was speaking for himself and for theoretically for von Wright, and I don't know who else, we don't think you should proceed. We don't think this is a worthwhile project. And well, I'm not sure how red I got. As I told him, there's the door, get out of here. I threw Brian out. I threw him out. We at that point, we would have known each other for about 20 years at least. So a long way back. It was a long way back for us both to travel. Now, apart from all that, we stood on different sides of the biggest cultural divide in the West. namely the cultural divide between England and the United States. One of the things that used to drive me crazy, used to make me very angry under my skin. Brian used to correct my English. And I hated him for it for many years. And then now here's the turning point in the story. Until I realized after a very long time, a very, very long time, and we're talking about 40 years, I realized he was not doing this to put me down, to belittle me. He was doing this as a friendly gesture, to be kind. It was his way. It was Brian McGuinness' way of helping somebody to do something that they were not doing well. And not at all a gesture of superiority. So when we began to work on Paul in 1997, this would coincide with the opening of new quarters, something the Brenner archives had been seeking for well over 10 years. Namely, we now had enough room to be able to work properly. We sponsored in that context a symposium on Paul, where Brian gave us a very excellent, very sophisticated presentation of Wittgenstein's relationship to Judaism. And in that day, he began looking into what we had been doing with digitalization of Wittgenstein's letters. And he then began to realize we had whatever we had to get our hands on already digitalized. You could search it all with the press of a button. And that made him, that rightly made him very excited. And that was an external reason to change our relationship, which we in fact did. The story I just told you has been forgotten, and I hope it's all in 10 minutes all forgotten again forever, because that's the dead past. The past that's alive, the past that I cherish, and what makes me very much miss Brian McGuinness is the sensibility involved in making these fine tunings in my English, doing things for me that were so kind and so nice that I didn't even realize myself their own nature for a very long time. And when I say that I miss him, I miss somebody who with an enormous sensibility, whose every conversation was a delight. Be it here in Italy, be it in France, in England, very seldom, but also there. I'm very, very good. And as I said, on another occasion, one of the great joys in my Wittgenstein, in my encounter with Wittgenstein, was learning how to learn from Brian. Once again, it wasn't something up front, it was something that you had to do over time. You had to get beyond the surface.
Thank you. Massimo?
Okay, so thank you. In 1988, so about some 34 years ago, I was a young, wonderful boy. But apart from that, I was doing my PhD here in Rome under the supervision of Rosaria, my dear Rosaria Egidi, my teacher. And there was a requirement for PhD students, namely to go abroad. And since I was working on topics such as realism and truth, and I was reading the writings by Michael Dummett, I decided to go to Oxford. And I happened to be there in 1988, January, so it was the Hillary term, if I right. And Rosaria told me, so for any meets, refer to Brian McGuinness, who was very close to her. So I flew to Oxford, and I attended courses from Michael Dummett, David Wiggins, but all of a sudden a problem arose, and in this problem, Brian had a pivotal role. So I wanted to do an intensive bibliographical research. Can you imagine? In those times there was no internet, there was no email and so forth. So I had to consult physically periodicals, books, and a lot of material that I couldn't find in Italy, for example. And I had to make a lot of photocopies. So for me and for the situation I was in, it was very, very important to be in the library. But the famous library in 10 Merton Street, where in those days there was the subfaculty of philosophy in Oxford, well, it is real strict rules. I was not allowed to be there because I had no proper footing in the university. So I ran to Brian and made an appointment with him and went to the Queen's College, okay, in his room, and was astonished. I stepped into this wonderful room with big windows, couches, a fireplace, and yes, 2 rooms, yes, tables, and all over the place, books piled on tables, books that filled the shelves, and very interesting place. I was really astonished, and I had to help myself to shut my mouth. I explained my problem to Brian. I always met him because in Italy I had the opportunity to meet him. For example, he asked me the first time I remember here in Rome what I was in. I said that I was studying the Ramsey and the redundancy theory of truth, and he correct my pronunciation. Actually, I was said probably something like the redundancy theory of truth, something like that. But then, Brian listened to me and wrote me a letter. Wrote me a letter. I regret I don't have an extra copy of this letter. Wrote me a letter that I was to present to the library, 10 Merton Street, the Faculty of Philosophy, and all of a sudden the problem was solved because of Brian. And then started a very important period for me because I was there for 4 months, almost 5. And I made wonderful, thanks to Brian, I made a wonderful work there. And I must say it was really a productive stay for me. And so I can just, the chief merit was Brian's, of course. So as I told him, leaving Oxford,
I just repeat here, thank you, Brian, for having made all this possible. Thanks.
Well, I suspect I have a Guinness today, because I met Brian in spring 1968, 54 years ago. And I met in Queen's College. I graduated the year before with my thesis on Bertrand Russell, and I was sent by Rosaria probably to Brian. And when in Oxford, I was particularly struck and fascinated by all the Oxbridge rituals. At the time, Brian was senior fellow of Queen's College, which means that he cared for all the machinery of hosting scholars, organizing everyday life of the college, which was extremely complicated. As many Oxford colleges, it was very, very old. I remember they have silver of the 18th century in the high table. You remember, Giovanni? Wonderful setting. And I have to say, I'm saying these things because I thought this was the place for personal recollections and not only necessarily philosophical ones today. And Brian, before being a maestro, appeared to me as a perfect officiant of these rituals, which included pieces of behavior that nobody told you. But if you didn't follow the rules, there were strange ways of looking at you. I remember that after a formal dinner, to say, we had to go to take the Porto in the rooms upstairs, and the Porto bottle needed to be shifted counterclockwise to the people, to the man that was close to you, and you were prohibited to lift it. And it had simply to be skipped away. And when someone of us, which was not aware of these rituals, some of these little mistakes, there are people staring at you, saying nothing, and you had to know how to behave in the college. After that, it began the philosophical assistance, which started in 1968, but continued until his end for 20 years in Oxford. And after, when Brian came to Italy and began to attend also our department, I have to say that it was an enormous enrichment, because he was a type of intellectual, of scholar, which I love very much, and very difficult to find, because he was capable of embedding his profound philosophical knowledge and skill into a greater field of literary, musical, and artistic knowledge. Well, a Renaissance scholar, I should say. Thank you.
Now, two babies in comparison who were in school in the 60s and 70s. Alois?
Thank you. Yes, I saw and listened to Brian the first time in the late 80s when I attended a lecture by Brian at the University of Innsbruck. Didn't speak to him then. It is interesting that my very first publication became a review of young Ludwig. And I don't really remember when I talked for the first time to Brian. It may have been in the context of the Norwegian-French-Austrian network, where Antonia and Ellen and Arl Utak organized seminars. And it may even have, we really, I think, got close after the publication of the Bergen electronic edition of Wittgenstein's Nachlass, because Brian followed and advised and critiqued our work always very closely. And I can just say how important that was and how grateful we were, and I personally am, for all of Brian's comments and analysis of our works and our editorial work. There was especially one thing which Brian said very early after the publication of the Bergen electronic edition of the Wittgenstein Nachlass. He said, "This is an edition for the use by other editors." I didn't really, I think, understand this at the beginning, because for us, the Bergen electronic edition was a sort of the end of our editorial enterprise. It was the point where we had made Wittgenstein's Nachlass available to the public. And Brian would say, no, this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning of editing Wittgenstein's Nachlass. And he was completely right. And in our editorial work today, I mean, we can see this because what we do is that we go back to our machine-readable transcriptions of the Nachlass and prepare from those transcriptions other editions, and others do the same. I mean, they reuse our transcriptions for editing different new editions. And Brian has been following this work always very closely. And in the early days of us really going online to the web with our editions, Brian was trying to make it all work on a tablet. And for example, the Wittgenstein source platform was not ready for tablets. And this created some frustration for Brian. So he was really trying to use our work and comment on it all the time, and he advised on it, but he was always frank. He was always frank. He didn't hesitate to be very critical and to be very straightforward. So that was just extremely useful and valuable to us. I would like to say that I still meet Brian today in a way, because if I go to the Brenner archives, where I was to read this letter by Weissmann to Karl Menger, well, it is just great that Brian included it in his collection, so I could read that letter there, thanks to Brian's work. Or another thing which I've been recently looking into is the Weissmann typescript of the Diktat für Schlick. And if you look at the cover for that typescript, it says, presented by Brian McGuinness in May 1969. So it was Brian who brought that Weissmann typescript version to the Brenner Library in Cambridge. And so there are many such things where one can encounter Brian again and again.
I'm for sure a very special case in this circuit, because I met Brian McGuinness only once. And this was at our meeting in Certosa, near Siena, in 2008. Nevertheless, he deeply influenced my work, and he was part of the reason that I
came into the field of Wittgenstein studies at all. And this was relatively late, in 2009, that I started to study Wittgenstein at the age of 45. Of course, I've tried to read the Tractatus back in the 80s, but I didn't understand the words. But I think this was when I was studying physics in Graz, and I think I missed Brian McGuinness there because he was working for a while in Graz, I think, and maybe you can tell me more about that time. In 2009, I suddenly, after a period of 10 years working in legal theory and medieval theory of law, I suddenly got interested in how Wittgenstein actually wrote his Tractatus. And then I learned from McGuinness, and then I of course, read his biography, and especially one of his papers in his 2002 collections, Approaches to Wittgenstein, which is describing the structure of the Proto-Tractatus, and that there is a certain point in it, in the manuscript 104, that there was a previous version, what he called the Proto-Tractatus, that really fascinated me. That there's a manuscript, was totally new for me in 2009, that we have a manuscript of the Tractatus, and that this manuscript 104 can tell us a story about the development of Wittgenstein's ideas while he was writing the Tractatus. And then I started to make our own transcription using the Bergen electronic edition, then the facsimile pictures. But I never expected that I would meet Brian McGuinness once. For me, he was more a figure of the platonic heaven of Wittgenstein scholarship. He deeply influenced me, but through his books, his papers, and his ideas, and the power of these ideas. And I never expected that I could myself contribute to this field, and that someone like he would even take notice of that. And I must confess in the end that I'm really happy about that. He sent me some very encouraging emails, and yes. And at the end, I'm really happy that I had 2018 the opportunity to meet him in person.
Jerry, I don't know who had given him your research first. It was not me, Pascal, Alois. This First World War wartime diaries in parallel to wartime history files from the War Archive in Vienna. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I mentioned this already yesterday. What I would like to ask, certainly Alan and Antonio will know, Brian McGuinness in Austrian Graz. Brian said several times to me, I lost my best friend in Austria, who was Haller. He said that they were very close, he felt very close. So he was the only person in Austria I could speak to, or something like that. Can you say a little bit more about the, okay, let's start with Alan, and then Antonio.
I was, when I met Rudolf Haller at the first Wittgenstein Symposium, which is called the second Wittgenstein Symposium, it was the first one, 1977. The first thing he said to me is that the author of Wittgenstein's Vienna is always welcome in Graz. 5 years later, and I was in the middle of large-scale crisis, including a divorce, I wrote to Rudolf and I said, I'm ready to come to Graz. And he said, of course, no problem. I will take care of that. And he had that through the faculty and everything, with the finances. within 4 weeks, including post exchange times. Now, Rudolf is somebody. He was somebody. He was this little man, smaller than I, with very dark hair until his death. He looked like a little boy almost. And he was somebody that was never seen when he was not laughing. He always had a joke on his lips. Word plays in several different languages. Rudolf understood something that most humanists in Austria don't understand today. That you need to build up an international network to make things really happen and to make things interesting in your own environment. And so he had an institute which was it was a large institute. I think there were 2 or 3 full professors and several the second degree, but fixed professors, and then 4, astonishingly, 4 Honorarprofessoren, 4 permanent visiting professors, and any number of people like me who turned up for a year. And in the course of that year, there were any number of speakers from abroad. There was a symposium on skepticism and certainty that year. Franco Bianco came to lecture once. It's the first time I ever heard that wonderful sonorous name. It was a place where things happened, where you had the creme de la creme of classical analytic philosophy. But what made Rudolf different from most analytic philosophers, from nearly all, is that he had a place for me. I was never very, very close to the center of analytic philosophy. So language, I sort of understand, but it's not one I speak very well. And it's something that's necessary to know about to work on Wittgenstein. So that, I'm like Antonia, I come from very much from classical tradition. And from the history of ideas as well as thoughts, double training. And this was all welcome. Rudolf's criterion was very simple. Who is making the contribution? I want to have them all here. I want to have them all connected. I want to have them all in one room. And he tried his best to do that. His table was, first of all, one of the best places in Austria to eat in those days. He always had wonderful food, and he always had a wonderful group of people around the table. There was a very, very lively discussion of internal, external, philosophical, art. Of course, Rudolf was he was an art collector. He was an art collector, and almost all the money that came into his hands turned into art. It used to drive his writing about crazy because he was
running a little bit out of time.
So
Hannah and Brian, if you have something to recollect about the both of them.
Well, Rudolf was from the very beginning unique among the Austrian professors in that he, having been in Oxford in 1957, had known all about Wittgenstein, and he wanted to know from the beginning what's happening in Wittgenstein study. With the additions that have been made, the beginning of the Bergen edition, could be one of possible date. Alois, correct me if you don't like this. Was at a symposium where was that place called? Way up there in Schwieboten, where my function was to call Stanley Cavell and ask him, will you come to the North Pole? Stanley thought, is this a joke? Yeah, but Rudolf was one of the people who was a very close friend of Georg Henrik von Riech's, as well as Brian's. He wanted all of the things that Brian cared about doing to be done, and also to be done in Austria, in his vicinity. We have not seen the like of him since he died. He is very, very missed.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah. Antonia, if you have some recollections between the two, because Brian was so particular in his admiration for Halle.
Yes, I remember this what reminds me of the colloquium from Wittgenstein. That was in 89, 88 preparation, 89 the centenary. And I remember perfectly well, we were there. Rudolf Haller, we invited, not me, because I had not an apartment large enough, but it was a young civistic with whom I had a chance of working a lot, yes, and helped me quite a lot. It was a performance from Czechoslovakia, especially Brno, not Brno itself, but not far from Brno. He was a Moravian researcher. And so it was at his house, top flat in the 15th district of Paris. And I think that Haller is partly responsible for that initiative, but we wanted, both of us, Jan and me, invite everybody at this time. And maybe I'm confusing. I think it was for the sentiment. That was organized thanks to Pichler, who directed the Austrian Institute in Paris. He did a lot for Austrian philosophy, a lot, really. And I think it's a place where to sit. I spent 1 month in Vienna, thanks to that. In Paris for obtaining such a mission to Vienna in 89. That this is my and so I remember what I said about the color of the hair. It's very speaking to me because this was the young aspect of Haller, who also spoke loudly, very loud, and moving. He could not speak like that, frozen on a seat, on an armchair. He would move, and be, yes, very active and big person. So when I heard that he died, I didn't believe it because he was young. He looked so young, yes. And so I had that visual souvenir of the physical person of Haller. I never went to Graz. And that's a regret also. So we can always visit. I may be sometime. So thank you for this.
Thank you, Antonia. The last thing, before wrapping it up, I would like to ask a question which Alois partly answered. Now, the legacy, the scholarly legacy of Brian McGuinness, because I personally, and together with Martin in Vienna, are very much working on his legacy now in preparation of these more in-depth and in detail this research Wittgenstein on the front, Wittgenstein in the First World War, of what Brian said. He has gone deeper from where I had started. And Brian admired this very much in Martin. So there we see the scholarly legacy. Is there any I'm certain there are other similar projects in which people will build upon the already achieved by Brian and using his not rules, but the structure, the framing that he had established. Alois, perhaps you can say something more because you're in the middle of very active research.
Well, researchers are as different as other humans, but when it comes to me, you know, one makes some discoveries. Like I can think I myself, like any researcher, at some point I get fascinated by a research question, get entangled, and then one follows it up. And as long as you haven't got the research question, you are not really able to see the things that, for example, Brian has the hints and the answers that he already has left to you in his writings. So I discover again and again that some of my research questions make me reread Brian, and suddenly I see the things there, the answers that I haven't been able to see before. And so Brian, I think, at least that's my personal experience, in distinction to when it came to the oral exchanges that we had about the editorial work of the Wittgenstein archives, where he was always very direct and straightforward. When it comes to interpreting Wittgenstein and placing Wittgenstein and placing some of his manuscripts and works in larger context, sometimes he was not as direct and straightforward. He was sometimes a little bit practicing understatement. And one really has to have the question, the focus, in order to see what he wanted to tell you. And as soon as you have the question, you can find so much in what he has written, and also in his Nachlass at the Brenner archives in Innsbruck. You know, I only recently came across this letter by Weissmann to Karl Menger. It has been partly cited and partly published by scholars like Manninen, but you know, it's the entire letter that you need to see, and luckily you can have access to a copy of the letter in the Brian Nachlass at the Brenner archive. So he has collected for us researchers many things that are extremely valuable, I think, but one doesn't necessarily see the value before one hasn't really got the right question to Brian and what he has left to us.
Thank you. Anybody? Yes, yes. Anyone in the audience, by any chance? I mean, you don't have to sit at the round table in order to be influenced by Brian McGuinness. Okay, we will. Okay.
An important one.
Okay, just a moment.
Brian was, among other things, the editor of the Vienna Circle collection from the Boston University Center for Philosophy and History of Science, which was my home, as it were, in the United States, another place where we used to meet in elevators and have dinners together. This was an extraordinarily important function. He mediated the Vienna Circle to an English, especially an American-speaking audience in the following way. He produced editions of Neurath, Boltzmann and Mach are the very, very important ones, especially Mach, because the translations of Mach into English, the early ones are a disaster. They overlap. And Brian did a very good job of cleaning that up. The work on Boltzmann, path-breaking, and I discovered myself very often. Everywhere where I thought I turned up something wonderful, I found Brian had been there before. And not only had he been there before, but that he had worked this into his work, into his biography Now I'm talking about the war years when I read the Geiselhortsenaus, the official history of the First World War in Austria. I thought I was being a hero simply for reading this. You see, and I went back and read Brian's book and realized he had read this, but more carefully than I had. And so I say, I'm still learning from Brian because he's part of my he's part of my super eight. But maybe this business I wanted to talk about the Vienna Circle because that was also in his self-description. Brian said, I was interested in Wittgenstein, in Austrian philosophy, and in the problem of finis Austria, as he put it. So I wanted very much to mention this connection in Boston, where he also had an enormous impact that could be the subject of at least the lecture at Mother Symposium.
We are wrapping it up. Oh, is there something particular, Antonio?
Yes, because you mentioned I am not a hero to
yes, yeah, but
sentence.
Really
and I remember that I heard about it thanks to Brian too, because I had that project of publishing The Freedom of the Will, which I did in the Pichler collection, which is directed by Jean-Luc Marion, and that we had worked on manuscripts on the free will, and there are 2 or 3, I don't remember, sheets that we showed in Siena. So I worked in his house, and I was welcome and hosted in Siena. That was a very nice experience. And that he didn't know at that time when exactly the sentence had been said or written. You know, I'm not a hero. Was it in 39 or perhaps before? I don't know. I don't remember finally when exactly that sentence, I'm not a hero, was pronounced. So that would have the question that we somebody has.
Does anyone know?
That was important for the
Okay, let's leave it for further correspondence and discussion. We could say yeah, later. With this, I would like to close, but I just thought one of the most important things that in which McGuinness differed and excelled in the English-speaking Wittgenstein scholarship is that he spoke perfect German and that he knew Austrian history in depth. Now, genius and very talented as many researchers are, the knowledge of the Austrian background for Wittgenstein is indispensable. And this is, I think, what made Brian's biography so deep, because he had the family history, the development, how it came to being Ludwig Wittgenstein, being born there and becoming what he became. I think this has to be mentioned, and his German was incredibly perfect. I don't know when he learned German, and it was certainly not his second language after the anyway. And also relating to where we continue what we have from him, I wanted to mention that I think the influence on pure philological projects like editing and translation of not yet translated in some languages, Wittgenstein writings or correspondence, it will be crucial, because I saw with my eyes how Brian translated some of the family letters, and there were people who were of different opinion that it should sound more poetic or more like Karl Kraus and whatever. Brian knew the Wittgenstein tone, and this can be achieved by knowing the sort of people, the sort of physical personality and his society, Austrian history, how they spoke, how they ticked. And I think for me it will be crucial in further also researching the family history. Brian sent me something that is certainly in his Nachlass in Innsbruck now, but the notes he made from his interviews with Felix Salza, which were mainly about music, but not only, also about the family. There are some anecdotes which are in the biography Brian wrote, but they are things that how the family perceived music, and they are surprising. We still have to work on these notes in Vienna, in the music archives, in the family archives, and so on. So I can say, huh? Yes, of course.
Only to add a brief short note on the scientific relationship with him in Italian, is easy for me. Quando eravamo nel 2005 io scoprì che esisteva il Tractatus, non era così conosciuto in Italia almeno, l'esistenza proprio. E presso l'introduzione di von Tricht e scrissi a Brian proponendogli di riscriverla completamente perché era completamente sbagliata. E Brian, la sua risposta fu molto cortese, mi mandò il suo articolo in cui effettivamente, anche se non diceva che aveva descritto completamente la storia del testo, e era esattamente quello che volevo proporre, tranne in un punto sull'interpretazione dei fogli sciolti, la storia, in cui secondo me, non avendo una visione particolare, eccetera, non aveva capito. Allora gli scrissi proponendogli di risolvere questa questione. E allora lui mi invitò a un colloquio da lui, e andai da lui con la soluzione in tasca. Automaticamente avevo prodotto come potevano essere i fogli sciolti, secondo l'interpretazione che poi, diciamo, ho poi presentato anche. E avevo in tasca la soluzione in qualche modo, lui mi accolse, e poi quando io parlai dei fogli sciolti, dicevo, oh, Luciano, è un problema che è impossibile da risolvere, io ci ho lavorato per 6 mesi, sono scatoloni pieni di ipotesi, guarda, è assolutamente non risolvibile. Io avevo la soluzione in tasca e non osavi contraddirlo. E ok, capì che ci avevo lavorato molto sull'ipotesi, cioè non avevo una visione del modo in cui il trattato sia stato scritto, perché soltanto una lettura di un certo tipo io so ricostruire, come ora appunto sostiene Martin Pitch, and I agree with him totally. And then was impossible, era impossibile per Brian comprendere la soluzione che aveva in tasca, rinunciare. Credo che questo fosse un grosso motivo di difficoltà nei nostri rapporti. Grazie.
Oh, really close, Giovanna Corsi.
In the last year of his life, Brian told me, I would like to live 100 more years. Io vorrei vivere altri 100 anni in order to carry out the research project I have in mind. Well, nature and God decided otherwise. But now I see that his friends and colleagues, they are carrying out, in a way, what Brian had in mind. Research project about Wittgenstein and, to prosecute his work. And yesterday and today has been a proof that Brian design, in a way, goes on. I mean, someone else, will carry out the works that more or less he had in mind. So, I only just to thank you, all of you, for your contribution. Excellent. especially because I can recognize in the style in which each of you presented this research, in a way, the style of Brian. You know, that kind of quality, okay, that one expects from a very good scholar. It seems to me that, you know, to me now, to be among such a good scholar, to be also among part of, you know, Brian's family down there in the home, you know, and for me it's a great pleasure, and I want to thank all of you. And especially then I want to thank also Roberto Puglia and Rosaria Egidi, because they have produced a book. Now, yesterday it was distributed, and I guess each of you maybe has a copy, I don't know. A book where papers by Brian, written either in English or in German, have been translated, you know, by Roberto and Rosaria. So now we have this, you know, very nice, you know, very nice book, which includes many of Brian's, you know, ideas. And then I want to thank in particular the director of this Forum Austriacum, because, yeah, I couldn't see Georg Schnetzer, because he gave us, you know, the perfect location, you know, he offered us the perfect location for this symposium, for this gathering, you know, of friends, you know, it is, you know what I mean? Well, I want to say that, you know, one could feel, you know, the high quality of research, the friendship, the honesty of research of each of you. And this place was really a perfect environment. So thank you again.
That was it. Thank you very much for coming.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody of you, for your contribution. It was a very impressive gathering of expertise on Ludwig Wittgenstein, and a very worthy commemorations of Brian McGuinness. I'm sure he was observing us during these 2 days. And it was also really a great pleasure to have you here. I agree. I think it's a good environment for having a symposium of that kind right in this place. Thank you for coming. Wishing all of you who came from outside Rome still probably a nice weekend, or at least a nice afternoon here in Rome. And I hope we will see you again. Thank you.
Yeah.